In every era, in every corner of the world, when the sun dipped below the hills or the last candle flickered low, people turned inward, toward sleep. They closed their eyes in temples and castles, in yurts and city apartments, beside open fires and behind drawn drapes. And though the world around them was ever-changing, empires rising and falling, seasons shifting, the quiet desire to find stillness at the end of day remained the same. Tonight, we won't hurry. Instead, we will wander gently through the sleeping hours of history, not to awaken curiosity, but to lull it into peaceful dreams. From linen-wrapped sleepers by the Nile to the rustle of futons on tatama floors, from the hush of medieval cloisters to the scent of rosewater in Golden Age Baghdad, we will move slowly, quietly, as the past tucks itself in. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to subscribe and like the video, but only if you enjoy what I do here. And write in the comments from where you are and what time it is. Now turn off the lights and fan for the soft background hum. And let's get into the night journey together. In the quiet folds of history, beyond battles and great speeches, lies something shared by every soul who ever lived: the need to rest. To close one's eyes, to breathe in the stillness, to dream beneath the weight of the world. Tonight, we will not race through empires or gallop through revolutions. Instead, we will walk slowly, gently, through bedrooms and sleeping spaces of the past. We will open the doors to quiet chambers and humble cottages, listening to the hush of history as it tucks itself in for the night. Sleep has changed over the centuries, but the longing for peace, for a soft place to rest the mind, remains a deeply human need. What did people sleep on? What rituals guided them to slumber? And how did night shape their days? This journey is not one of plot, but of pattern, a winding trail through the world of dreams, candles, and quilts. We begin our path in the distant lands of antiquity. Along the gentle banks of the Nile, where water met reed and sand, the people of ancient Egypt found rest beneath the stars and the slow-burning oil lamps. Nights here were warm, and the air held the scent of river lilies, damp earth, and oil. The homes were simple, built of mud brick with flat roofs and open courtyards. Inside, beds were little more than frames of wood and leather strapping, elevated from the floor to avoid pests and promote airflow. Instead of pillows, they used curved wooden headrests, carved from acacia or sycamore, shaped to cradle the neck just so. These headrests were sometimes adorned with protective deities, meant to guard the sleeper in their vulnerable state. Linen sheets were common among those who could afford them, made from flax harvested along the river. The fabric was light, breathable, and white. Always white, a color of purity. Richer homes had full sleeping chambers, separate from living quarters. Poorer Egyptians often slept on mats rolled out in communal areas, shaded by woven awnings. Sleep was sacred. Dreams were believed to be messages from the gods. Temples even had special chambers known as dream incubators, where supplicants would sleep in hopes of receiving divine guidance in their dreams. Greek homes, built around quiet courtyards, often had rooms arranged to catch the breeze. In summer, sleep might be taken outdoors, under the open sky, where the stars watched silently from above. The beds, known as clini, served double duty, used for reclining during meals and also for sleep. They were angled, with one side higher than the other, and made of wood with leather straps or cords supporting stuffed mattresses. Before bed, it was common to oil the body with olive oil, especially after bathing. This ritual left the skin soft and fragrant, easing the transition from waking to dreaming. Night garments were simple, often just a loose tunic or nothing at all in warmer months. Greek philosophers like Aristotle wrote of sleep as the body's way of digesting sensory impressions. And within the mythic imagination, Hypnos, the god of sleep, ruled a quiet domain where dreams, death, and rest intertwined. Wealthy homes employed slaves to prepare the sleeping chambers, drawing curtains, lighting lamps, and offering warm water to wash the feet. Sleep, in this world, was both practical and poetic. In Rome, where everything had order, so too did sleep. The day was divided with precision, and the night followed rituals just as exacting. Roman homes, or domus, had specific sleeping quarters called cubiculum, small private rooms with little ornament. Beds were low, framed in wood, and mattresses filled with straw, wool, or, in the case of the wealthy, feathers. Covers were heavy woven blankets, sometimes dyed or embroidered. Most Romans slept alone, though children might share beds with siblings or nurses. Evening baths, taken in public thermae, were followed by light suppers and quiet conversation. The body was cooled, soothed, and prepared for rest. Slaves would sometimes fan their masters or bring warm wine mixed with herbs to encourage drowsiness. Romans believed in the first sleep and second sleep, a concept found in many pre-industrial cultures. The night was not one continuous block of unconsciousness, but two segments, often divided by an hour or two of quiet wakefulness. Time to reflect, pray, or write. Dreams were documented, interpreted, and even sent to dream interpreters. The veil between sleep and death was thin, and both were taken seriously by Roman thinkers and mystics. In the ancient Hebrew world, as described in biblical texts, sleep carried deep spiritual significance. The bed was a place not only of rest, but of vulnerability, often protected with prayer. Homes were modest, stone or mud brick, with flat roofs where people sometimes slept on hot nights. Mats of woven reeds or wool were spread out each evening, then rolled away during the day to clear the space. The Torah and later rabbinic writings speak of bedtime prayers, blessings said before closing one's eyes, invoking protection from evil or unrestful dreams. The Shema prayer, recited at night, served as both spiritual armor and lullaby. Pillows were rare. Instead, cloaks were folded and used as headrests. Travelers often slept wrapped in their outer garments beneath the stars, trusting in God's providence more than comfort. Dreams in the Hebrew Bible, Joseph's, Daniel's, were prophetic. Sleep, therefore, was a moment where heaven touched earth. The night was not feared, but respected, and waking each morning was met with gratitude. In the dim, flickering glow of rushlights and tallow candles, the people of medieval Europe retreated from long days of toil into their nightly rest. The settings were diverse, from cold stone castles to timber-framed cottages, but the ritual of preparing for sleep shared quiet familiarity. Peasants, living in simple one-room homes, often slept communally. Entire families would rest in the same space, with livestock pinned in nearby for warmth. Beds were straw-stuffed mattresses laid atop wooden frames, if available, or directly on the packed earth floor. The smell of hay, smoke from the hearth, and woolen blankets created a cozy, if rustic, cocoon. In manors and castles, the gentry enjoyed larger, curtained beds known as great beds of state, elevated high off the ground and accessed by wooden stools. Heavy drapes helped keep warmth in and prying eyes out. Bedchambers were drafty, and tapestries were often hung not for decoration, but insulation. Nightshirts were loose woolen or linen tunics. Bed warmers, metal pans filled with hot coals, were slid between the sheets before bed. Privacy was minimal, even for nobility, and night was not silent. Creaking beams, howling wind, and the low murmurs of others formed the background hum. Sleep was again segmented. After the first few hours, people might wake for prayer, intimate conversation, or even a short walk. Monastic communities observed the canonical hours, waking in the dark to chant the divine office. Sleep, like life, was guided by the church. Dreams were divine or demonic, depending on their content. Protection was sought through crosses hung by the bedside or whispered invocations. In a world of shadows and superstition, sleep was a moment both restful and vulnerable. In the luminous cities of Baghdad, Cordoba, and Cairo during the Islamic Golden Age, from the 8th to 13th centuries, the rhythm of night and day followed the gentle call of prayer and the wisdom of stars. Sleep, while common to all, took on particular refinement in these lands. Homes were arranged around cool inner courtyards, shaded by citrus trees and fountains whose trickling echoed gently into the night. Bedrooms, often small, were adorned with woven rugs, embroidered wall hangings, and soft lamps filled with fragrant oil. In wealthier homes, sleep took place on low divans, covered with silk or cotton textiles, richly colored and patterned. Unlike in colder climates, Sleep here was attuned to the warmth of the night. Mattresses were thinner, made of cotton or wool, rolled up during the day to preserve space and cleanliness. Pillows were a treasured comfort, plump, aromatic, and covered in embroidered fabrics. Perfumed oils of rose, sandalwood, and jasmine were applied to the skin and linens, believed to aid restful sleep and spiritual clarity. Islamic medicine, influenced by scholars like Avicenna, recognized the importance of rest. He wrote that excessive sleep dulled the senses, while too little frayed the mind. The balance, like all things, was to be cherished. Before sleep, evening ablutions were common, a washing of the face, hands, and feet in accordance with religious ritual. Prayers whispered into the dark connected the sleeper to God, and phrases like Bismillah in the name of God were uttered to protect one's soul through the night. The stars above, mapped by Muslim astronomers, told time as well as stories. Astrology, while debated, was sometimes consulted to determine auspicious moments for dreams and sleep. And within sleep, too, the dream world was sacred. Some dreams, it was said, brought messages from angels or guidance from the divine. Even in modest homes, rest was honored. Families might sleep together on mats spread across intricately tiled floors. Breezes were caught by open latticed windows, shaded with mashrabiyah screens. The scent of spices, incense, and the faint trace of distant music filled the air. In a world of poetry, philosophy, and faith, the night was not merely a time of darkness, but a canvas for serenity. And in the Islamic Golden Age, the sleeper was gently wrapped in a world of texture, scent, and silence. Let us now step softly into the hushed and sacred world of the medieval monastery, a realm not ruled by kings or merchants, but by bells, silence, and devotion. Within these cloistered walls, life followed a rhythm not dictated by sunlight or market hours, but by the prayers of the divine office, the liturgy of the hours, echoing through stone corridors in the pale light of dawn and the deep hush of midnight. Here, the very concept of sleep was entwined with the pursuit of holiness. Sleep was not to be indulged in but tempered, a necessity, yes, but also a spiritual vulnerability. To lie down was to let go, and in doing so, monks aimed to surrender to God with every breath they took in the dark. In Benedictine monasteries, which spread across Europe beginning in the 6th century, the rule of Saint Benedict outlined a deeply structured life. Monks rose several times throughout the night to pray. The night was divided by matins and lauds, the first of 8 daily prayer services. Depending on the season, these nocturnal prayers might begin in the deepest part of night. Often around 2 or 3 a.m. afterward, the monks returned to their beds for a brief span of rest before the next call to prayer. Their sleeping quarters, known as dormitories or dormitoriums, were stark and communal. There were no private chambers, no beds with thick mattresses and pillows. The monks slept side by side on simple wooden frames or even straw pallets, covered in rough woolen blankets. Some monasteries placed straw-filled mattresses directly atop stone floors, with just a woolen habit for warmth. There was little concern for comfort. Sleep was, after all, a means to replenish the body so that the soul could resume its work. One can imagine the cold draft slipping in through unglazed windows, the stone walls absorbing the chill of night. But it was not discomfort for its own sake, it was discipline, an expression of detachment from worldly pleasures. The dormitory was often located directly above the chapter house or cloister, and a single candle or lamp might illuminate the room, casting soft shadows on the faces of those at rest. There was silence, deep, absolute silence. Most monastic orders observed the Great Silence after Compline, the final prayer of the evening. From that moment until after the next morning's prayers, speaking was forbidden. If communication was necessary, it was done through quiet gestures or signs. This practice gave night an added stillness, both physical and spiritual. Even the posture of sleep was considered. Monks were instructed, at times, to sleep in their habits and girdles, and some orders believed it virtuous to lie with one's hands crossed over the chest, as if an imitation of the dead, a rehearsal for the eternal sleep that awaited all. Sleep, in this sacred sense, was not just bodily rest, but a practice of humility, of readiness. For monks, the night was not an escape from the day, but an extension of their devotion. Dreams, too, were not frivolous wanderings but might be seen as messages or temptations. Some monastic writings from the early Christian desert fathers even warn against excessive dreaming, cautioning that it could be the work of demons. Thus, monks were taught to guard even their sleep, beginning and ending the night with prayer, often invoking saints or angels for protection. In Cistercian monasteries, a later reform order that emerged in the 11th century, the emphasis on simplicity was even more pronounced. No pillows, no privacy. Wooden shoes were placed neatly at the bedside. Every part of life was to be orderly, humble, and aligned with God's purpose. A bell, perhaps the gentlest sound in the monastery, would ring softly in the darkness, summoning the brothers to rise. Picture this: a vast, echoing dormitory of 30, perhaps 40 monks, all rising at once in silence, pulling on heavy woolen cloaks, their sandaled feet moving quietly across the floor. A single monk might carry a lantern to lead the way. Down the staircase, through the cloister, into the church, where only the flickering light of candles breaks the darkness. The chanting begins, low and slow, a melodic murmur rising into the vaulted arches. The hours between sleep were not idle. The night might include 2 periods of rest, a pattern known as segmented sleep, with a prayer or reading in between. It was not unusual for monks to awaken after midnight, attend the night office, and then return for a second, shorter sleep before daybreak. This pattern, surprisingly, mirrors the natural sleep cycles of many pre-industrial societies, where the night was not a single block of slumber, but a time gently divided. Over time, the practices varied from one order to another, and from one region to the next. In warmer climates, monks might sleep outdoors in summer, under covered arcades. In colder regions, additional cloaks or shared body warmth helped fight the cold. But the philosophy remained unchanged. Sleep was a gift, but one to be held lightly. It was always second to devotion, always framed by prayer. Even the architecture of monasteries reflected this relationship. The dormitory was usually placed so that the monks could reach the church quickly during the night. Narrow corridors, stone steps, and low ceilings preserved the stillness. The monastery was a world unto itself, removed from the clamor of villages, distant from the rhythms of commerce, and the sleep within reflected that separateness. As the centuries passed and reforms came and went, the rigidity of monastic sleep softened in some communities. But always, in every age, the night in the monastery retained a sense of purpose. Sleep was never for indulgence. It was for renewal, yes, but also for readiness, to pray, to serve, to surrender. So now, as the candle burns low and the cloister settles once again into silence, imagine lying upon a simple straw-filled mattress, wrapped in a rough woolen robe, the chill of stone beneath you and the hush of devotion all around. The bell has tolled, the final prayer has been whispered, and in that gentle darkness, the soul may rest, not in escape, but in quiet sanctity. From the misty mountains of ancient China to the serene gardens of feudal Japan, the sleeping customs of the Far East reflect a delicate balance between nature, tradition, and daily life. Across these centuries, sleep was shaped by philosophies like Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, ideas that influenced not only how people lived, but how they rested. We begin in the Tang Dynasty, which ruled China from 618 to 907 CE. This was an era of cultural flourishing. Poetry, art, and trade routes like the Silk Road brought new ideas and materials from faraway lands. Yet within the elegant households of Chang'an and Luoyang, nightfall brought a return to something simple: mats on the floor, paper windows that diffused moonlight, and the soft hush of sleeping quarters nestled behind silk curtains. The bed in Tang China, often a wooden platform called a kong, was multipurpose. Heated from beneath with a fire chamber in colder regions, the kong served as a place for sitting during the day and sleeping at night. People used thin mattresses, perhaps stuffed with cotton or reeds, and light quilts. In wealthier homes, bedding might be made of embroidered silk. In rural homes, rougher cloth and simple straw would suffice. Pillows were often made of wood or porcelain, shaped to cradle the neck. Though this may seem uncomfortable by modern standards, these firm pillows were thought to preserve health, encourage proper breathing, and prevent facial wrinkles, a concept that persisted for centuries. Evening rituals were calm and mindful. Incense might be burned before bed, both for fragrance and spiritual protection. In Taoist households, talismans could be placed above the door to ward off night spirits. Children were told to avoid pointing at the moon. A superstition warned it could cause one's ears to fall off in sleep. In Japan, sleep took on its own unique form, especially by the Edo period 1603 to 1868. The concept of ma, or negative space, is essential in Japanese aesthetics, and it extended to sleeping spaces too. Bedrooms were not fixed rooms, but rather temporary sleeping arrangements. At night, family members would unroll futons directly onto tatami mat floors. In the morning, these were carefully folded and stored in closets, freeing the room for other purposes. This daily rhythm of laying out and storing one's bed was a small, mindful ritual. A Japanese futon of the Edo era was quite different from today's version. It was thinner, often padded with cotton, and topped with a light quilt called the cake futon. Pillows were small and sometimes filled with buckwheat hulls or beans to provide a supportive, cooling rest. Hair was a source of pride, especially for women, so wooden or stone headrests, called takamakura, were used to preserve elaborate hairstyles overnight. Sleep in Edo Japan was communal. Families, and even guests, often shared sleeping spaces. Privacy was minimal, but a sense of harmony prevailed. Sliding paper doors, fusama, offered some separation, and the soft glow of an oil lamp or the whisper of rain outside added to the serenity of these nights. Like in China, spiritual protection was important. Charms, lucky objects, and Buddhist sutras written on scrolls were sometimes kept near the bed. Philosophy infused nightly routines. Zen Buddhist monks, for example, slept as a continuation of their meditation. Their sleeping quarters, called soto, were austere. Monks slept on simple tatama mats, rising before dawn. There was a belief that excessive sleep dulled the mind and hindered spiritual progress, so sleep was limited and always purposeful. Children's bedtime in both cultures involved lullabies, soft, repetitive songs sung by mothers or grandmothers, often about nature, seasons, or the wishes of good fortune. These songs helped bridge the world of wakefulness and dreams. Even the soundscape of sleep was different. In the countryside of Japan, night might be filled with the chirp of crickets, the sigh of wind through bamboo. In Chinese towns, night watchmen walked the streets with clappers or wooden blocks, marking time with poetry and rhythm, signaling the safety of a sleeping city. As both cultures embraced minimalism in sleep, there was an implicit understanding. The body did not require opulence to rest. Rather, sleep was a time to return to stillness, to become small again in the vast world. Whether lying on a heated kang or on a folded futon, people of the Far East practiced sleep as they did life, with elegance, restraint, and harmony with their surroundings. And so, as we imagine the flicker of lanterns dimming behind a rice paper screen, or the rustle of silk robes being laid aside, we may feel ourselves drawn into the same hush that blanketed a Tang scholar or a Kyoto merchant. The air cool, the room spare, the night watchman's call fading into the distance. Rest, even across 1,000 years, is still a sacred pause. Across the vast landscapes of North America, from rolling plains to dense forests, from arid deserts to misty coastlines, indigenous peoples developed rich and diverse sleeping customs deeply rooted in their relationship with the land, the spirit world. In community, sleep was never a simple act of rest. It was a passage, a sacred time when the boundaries between waking life and the dream world blurred, inviting renewal, insight, and connection. As dusk softened the sky, many Native American communities followed rhythms in tune with nature's cycles, honoring the Earth's quiet transition into night. The settling of night was a gentle invitation to slow the body and mind, to prepare for rest in ways shaped by tradition, environment, and belief. In many tribes, sleep was often communal, a shared experience that wove family and community closer. Families might gather in a single lodge, teepee, or longhouse, laying down on mats made from woven grasses, animal hides, or bark. These sleeping mats, while humble by modern standards, were crafted with care and deep knowledge. Some were imbued with protective symbols or blessings, woven in by elders to guard against bad dreams or harmful spirits. Often, the soft smell of pine boughs or sweetgrass was spread beneath sleeping places, creating a calming atmosphere and offering a natural barrier against insects and damp earth. The design and placement of the sleeping area reflected a community's worldview. In the Plains tribes, teepees were arranged in circles, their entrances facing east toward the rising sun, symbolizing renewal and the hope of a new day. Within these teepees, beds were laid around the edges, leaving the center open as a sacred space. The quiet crackle of the fire pit in the middle provided gentle warmth and flickering light, its smoke spiraling upward to cleanse the air. For the Navajo, the hogan was the traditional home, round and earthen, with a single door opening eastward. The hogan's design held spiritual significance, aligning with the cardinal directions and representing harmony with the natural world. Inside, mats or blankets formed sleeping surfaces placed carefully in the home's female side, a sacred space associated with nurturing and life-giving energy. Navajo teachings emphasize the importance of cleanliness and purity before sleep, including ritual washing and the sprinkling of corn pollen to invite blessings and protection through the night. Dreams held particular power and importance in Native American cultures. They were not just random images but messages from ancestors, spirit guides, or the natural world. Among the Ojibwe, dreams could reveal visions of the future or guidance on decisions. For many tribes, the dream time was a liminal space, a threshold where one could meet spirits or receive healing. This reverence for dreams found one of its most recognized expressions in the creation of dream catchers. Originating from the Ojibwe and later embraced by many indigenous peoples, dream catchers are carefully crafted hoops with web-like nets woven inside, often decorated with feathers and beads. Hung above the sleeping place, these delicate objects were believed to filter dreams, catching harmful ones and letting good dreams pass gently down the feathers to the sleeper below. Their quiet, swinging motion in the soft breeze became a symbol of protection and peace, inviting restful, undisturbed sleep. Nighttime rituals often blended the practical with the spiritual. Before sleep, families might share stories or sing lullabies that carried lessons, histories, or blessings. The cadence of a grandmother's voice weaving tales of animals, the stars, or creation itself was as much a part of the ritual as the laying down of blankets. Such stories helped ease the transition from wakefulness to sleep, grounding children in their culture and connecting generations. The sensory world of sleep was rich and nuanced. The scent of burning cedar, sage, or sweetgrass filled the air, cleansing not only the physical space but also the spirit. The gentle flicker of a handmade lamp or the soft glow of moonlight filtering through bark walls created a peaceful ambience. Sounds were carefully considered. Many believed that the night carried voices of animals, spirits, or ancestors, and thus silence was respected and preserved, allowing these subtle messages to be heard. The cyclical nature of sleep also tied to seasonal rhythms and communal ceremonies. Some indigenous groups observed the night's sleep differently depending on the time of year, adjusting bedding, fire use, and night activities in response to weather and natural cycles. The winter months might invite longer periods of rest indoors, while summer nights could be spent under open skies, sleeping on soft earth or mats in clearings, wrapped in blankets that smelled faintly of smoke and pine. The relationship between sleep and health was deeply understood. Rest was necessary to restore balance between body, mind, and spirit. Healing practices often included the use of sweat lodges before sleep, ceremonial steam baths that purified and prepared the body for rest, and herbal teas made from native plants known to soothe the nervous system. Indigenous healers, or medicine people, sometimes attended to troubled sleepers, offering prayers, songs, or rituals aimed at releasing harmful influences or restoring spiritual harmony. In some cultures, particular nights were regarded as especially potent for dreaming. The first night after a significant event such as a birth, a healing, or a seasonal change could bring dreams with particular messages. In other cases, vision quests often undertaken by young men seeking guidance, would include prolonged wakefulness or sleep in sacred places, where dreams were awaited as a form of revelation. It is important to remember that indigenous sleep customs were never uniform. They varied widely according to tribe, geography, climate, and spiritual belief. Yet across this diversity, a common thread weaves through a profound respect for sleep as a vital, sacred, and communal act. Tonight, as we imagine the soft rustle of animal skins, the warm glow of firelight flickering across the faces of sleeping children, and the faint scent of cedar carried on a cool breeze, we enter a world where sleep is not merely rest but a passage between worlds. A place where the spirit travels, ancestors whisper, and the earth hums quietly beneath the dark sky. In this quiet, shared moment, we too may feel ourselves embraced by the ancient rhythms of the night, lulled by the gentle, steady breath of history itself. In the vast and varied landscapes of sub-Saharan Africa, from the savannas to dense rainforests, sleep has long been a practice shaped by environment, community, and ancestral wisdom. Sleep here is not merely the act of closing one's eyes, but a vital rhythm in a life closely attuned to nature's cycles, spiritual realms, and social ties. To understand sleep in sub-Saharan traditions is to walk softly beneath the acacia trees at dusk, to listen to the night sounds that cradle the earth, and to enter homes where rest and ritual entwine. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows across the earth, the day's heat gradually softens, inviting the world to prepare for night's cool embrace. In many communities, the evening is a sacred time, a gentle slowing of pace where family and neighbors gather, share food and stories, and ready themselves for sleep. The transition from light to dark is marked not only by the fading sun, but by the rise of smoke from hearth fires, the scent of cooking herbs, and the low murmur of voices. Sleeping arrangements vary widely across the region, shaped by climate, social structure, and local customs. In many villages, people sleep in simple dwellings made from natural materials, mud bricks, woven reeds, thatched roofs, designed to breathe with the air and shield inhabitants from the elements. Floors are often packed earth, softened with mats woven from grasses or palm leaves. These mats are carefully placed, sometimes layered for extra comfort, reflecting a quiet reverence for the night's rest. Communal sleeping is common. Families often share sleeping spaces, children nestled close to parents or elders. This closeness not only conserves warmth on cooler nights but fosters a sense of safety and belonging. The shared rhythm of breathing, the gentle rise and fall of chests, the quiet sounds of night, these create a comforting tapestry of life unfolding together beneath the stars. In some pastoral communities, such as the Maasai of East Africa, sleep arrangements reflect a close relationship with the environment and the needs of the herd. Sleep is often light and watchful, with adults taking turns to stay alert against predators. The evening is filled with quiet storytelling and song, passed down through generations, weaving together memory, myth, and instruction. Mats or animal skins serve as bedding, spread within simple circular huts. The structures are open enough to catch cool breezes but sturdy against night winds. The sensory experience of sleep is rich and deliberate. The air carries the faint fragrance of burning wood or dried herbs, chosen not only for warmth but for spiritual cleansing. Many communities believe that smoke from certain plants wards off evil spirits or harmful influences that might visit during the vulnerable hours of sleep. The ritual of lighting these fires, tending them carefully through the night, is part practical and part sacred. Nighttime is often punctuated by songs, chants, or soft drumbeats, rhythms that soothe the soul and weave a protective veil over the sleeping community. These sounds are gentle, repetitive, almost hypnotic, inviting the mind to drift slowly from waking thoughts to the quiet realm of dreams. Elders, revered for their wisdom, sometimes lead these nocturnal ceremonies, their voices steady and calm, guiding both the living and the spirits that share the night. Dreams, in many sub-Saharan traditions, hold profound meaning. They are seen as messages from ancestors, warnings, or guidance. Certain dreams may inspire healing rituals or shape decisions for the community. Dream interpretation is often the domain of spiritual leaders or shamans, who listen carefully and offer insights to those who seek understanding. The dream world is not separate but intertwined with waking life, a sacred space where the invisible threads of life are revealed. Sleep itself is not always continuous. In many cultures, the night is naturally divided into segments, periods of rest interspersed with wakefulness. This segmented sleep pattern allowed for communal gatherings, watchfulness, and rituals in the stillness of night. Sometimes, after a first sleep, families might rise quietly to share food or prayer before returning to rest. This gentle awakening and settling back to sleep mirrored the natural ebb and flow of human consciousness. Many sub-Saharan African peoples also honored the body's need for rest and renewal through daily naps, especially in the heat of midday. These quiet moments offered brief escapes from labor and activity, providing balance to the long hours of work and community life. The rhythm of sleep, then, was not confined to the night alone, but woven throughout the day. Physical comfort during sleep was carefully considered, though always within the context of available materials and environmental conditions. Blankets or cloths might be draped over sleeping mats, dyed with natural colors, or embroidered with simple patterns that carried symbolic meaning. In cooler regions, layers of animal skins provided warmth, while in warmer areas, lightweight mats and breathable materials kept the sleeper cool. The tactile experience, the softness of grass, the smoothness of leather, the warmth of a woolen wrap, was part of the gentle transition into rest. The relationship between sleep and spirituality is perhaps one of the most enduring elements of sub-Saharan traditions. Before sleep, prayers or blessings were often offered to protect the sleeper's spirit. Some believed that the soul wandered during sleep and required guidance to return safely with dawn. Objects placed near the sleeping area, amulets, carved figures, or sacred plants, acted as guardians, bridging the physical and spiritual realms. Sleep was also part of healing practices. When illness disturbed rest, medicine men and women might conduct rituals to restore balance. They employed herbal remedies, rhythmic drumming, and trance-like chanting to cleanse the spirit and ease the body, recognizing that healing began with restful sleep. The communal aspect of these rituals underscored the belief that health and rest were not solitary concerns but shared responsibilities. As dawn approached and the first light touched the horizon, the village stirred gently. The night's stillness gave way to the sounds of birdsong and the rustling of leaves. The community rose slowly, refreshed by sleep and ready to meet the day's labors and joys. In those first moments, the rituals of morning washing, preparation, and prayer echoed the evening's reverence, framing the day within a sacred cycle. In all of these practices, from the softly woven mats to the whispered prayers and the shared warmth of community, the night was a sacred space. Sleep was not only rest, but a connection to ancestors, to spirits, to one another, and to the earth itself. It was a time of renewal, protection, and hope. So, as you imagine the gentle hum of night in a sub-Saharan village, the flicker of firelight against earthen walls, and the peaceful breaths of those wrapped in mats beneath a sky vast and star-studded, may you feel the quiet strength of these ancient rhythms. The world turns slowly in the night, cradled in sleep's tender embrace. In the northern reaches of Europe, where the winter's sun sets early and the air carries the scent of pine and sea, the Norse people, known to us as Vikings, lived in a world shaped by the seasons. Their days were long with labor, tending to animals, carving wood, forging tools, and sailing cold waters. And when the work of the day was done, even warriors, traders, and farmers needed rest. Norse slumber was practical, yet quietly ritualistic. Their homes, longhouses built from timber, turf, and stone, were often dim and smoky. A long central hearth provided warmth and light, and the scent of wood smoke lingered year-round. Along the walls of the longhouse, wooden benches doubled as beds. Straw-filled mattresses or animal hides were placed atop these benches, and woolen blankets, coarse but warm, offered comfort against the chill of Nordic nights. Sleeping was communal. Entire families, and sometimes even their livestock, shared the same space. Privacy was minimal. The presence of others, the slow breaths of kin, the crackle of firewood, and the rustle of sleeping animals formed the background lullaby. It was a deeply interconnected world, where sleep was not an isolated act but part of the rhythms of the household. Clothing often doubled as sleepwear. In colder seasons, people might keep on their woolen tunics and trousers, or wrap themselves in cloaks fastened at the shoulder with brooches. Head coverings helped retain warmth, and children were often bundled tightly beside elders. It was not uncommon for people to sleep in stages, dozing lightly, waking briefly, then sleeping again, especially in winter, when darkness stretched for long hours. Dreams were meaningful to the Norse. A dream was never just a dream. It was a potential omen, a message from the gods, or a glimpse into another realm. The sagas and Eddas, epic Norse texts, contain numerous stories where dreams guide fate. Dreaming of ravens or wolves might be taken as a sign from Odin. A dream of the sea might warn of a coming journey or danger. People paid attention to their dreams, discussing them over morning bread or quietly sharing them with the wise. Children were taught early to sleep under the watch of their gods. Small carved amulets or Thor's hammers might be hung near sleeping areas for protection. Some mothers whispered charms before laying babies down, calling on Freya or Frigg for peace. These were not elaborate rituals, but small, quiet acts of care, threaded into everyday life. Winter brought long nights and more time for indoor sleep. But summer was different. In high latitudes, twilight lingered, and the sun barely dipped below the horizon. During these bright nights, people might sleep less, rising early to work, napping in short spells. Rest adapted with the land. Interestingly, Norse ships, sleek and built for long voyages, were also places of rest. Sailors slept in shifts, wrapped in cloaks beneath fur-lined sails. The sea rocked them, and stars overhead guided both ship and spirit. Songs and tales passed the time, and when one lay down to sleep on a deck of pine wood, it was often with a blade at their side, not out of fear, but out of habit, ready for whatever the night might bring. Among the Norse, there was also the idea of dream-walking, or traveling in spirit during sleep. Some believed that the soul could leave the body at night, wandering, learning, or watching from afar. In some traditions, this belief was linked with seer, a form of magic practiced by wise women, or vulvas. These women, cloaked in dark robes, were said to dream deeply, seeing the fates of kings or hearing messages whispered by spirits. To sleep, then, was not passive. It was a space for reflection, for connection to the unseen, and for the resetting of both body and mind. Even the gods slept. In Norse myth, Baldur, the beloved god of light, was troubled by ominous dreams before his death. Odin, the All-Father, sacrificed sleep to gain wisdom, but even he rested beneath the branches of Yggdrasil, the world tree. Night brought a strange peace to the Norse world. A flickering oil lamp, a cold wind outside, caught in the turf roof, the silence of snow, the low breath of cattle, and in the dark, dreams taking root like frost on the earth. To lie down beside a fire, wrapped in fur, with the quiet weight of your kin nearby, that was the comfort of a Viking night. And it is there, in that hushed chamber of stone and timber, that we pause. The fire dims, the hearth sighs, sleep takes hold, steady and slow. The North sleeps deeply, and we drift with it. As the shadow of the Middle Ages faded and the light of the Renaissance dawned across Europe, the world of ideas blossomed into music, art, philosophy, and into the quieter corners of life, such as sleep. In palaces and merchant homes, city dwellings and countryside estates, rest was no longer merely practical. It became a stage of elegance, of subtle rules and unspoken rhythms. The Renaissance bedroom, though still simple by modern standards, was a world unto itself, one of both comfort and control. We begin, perhaps, in Florence, the home of a prosperous family where the walls are painted with frescoes and the scent of lavender lingers in the air. A large wooden bed stands against the wall, four-poster, heavy with ornamentation. These beds were symbols of status. Draped in embroidered fabrics, with thick canopies overhead and heavy curtains to draw for warmth and privacy, the bed was not just for sleeping. It was for receiving guests, for bearing children, even for conducting certain formal conversations. In this world, the bedroom could be semi-public, a place of layered meaning. The mattress, stuffed with straw, feathers, or wool, rested on rope slats that had to be regularly tightened, hence the origin of the phrase, sleep tight. Sheets were linen, cool to the touch, and blankets were often layered for warmth. Pillows, still a luxury, might be used only by the head of the household. Children and servants made do with rolled cloth or none at all. Yet sleep itself was still divided, segmented, as it had been in medieval times. A first sleep, beginning not long after sundown, followed by a period of wakefulness in the middle of the night, and then a second sleep before dawn. During that interlude, between the sleeps, people might rise to pray, reflect, stoke the hearth, or simply lie quietly in contemplation. This was not restlessness, but rather a structured way to rest, aligned with the rhythm of natural light. Candles flickered. Their wax dripped slowly, measuring the hours of the night. In wealthier households, candle clocks might even be marked with metal pins, falling with a soft chime to indicate time passing in the dark. Silence was prized. Shutters were drawn. Conversation softened. Even dreams, if spoken of, were described gently. Etiquette governed much of daily life, and the rituals surrounding sleep were no exception. Guests staying overnight were offered rooms prepared with ceremony, linen freshly aired, basins of rose-scented water for washing, perhaps even a carved wooden crucifix on the wall to watch over the sleeper. In Italy and France, sleep was often guided by beliefs about humors, hot, cold, wet, and dry. Physicians advised against sleeping on one's back and suggested evening meals that would not disturb the balance of the body overnight. The art of the nap also blossomed. In Spain and parts of Italy, the siesta began to take form, not yet formalized but embraced nonetheless. After the midday meal, when the sun was high and the streets quiet, people retired to shaded rooms to rest, briefly, dreamlessly. This was not indulgence, but wisdom. The day stretched longer with a pause at its center. In more northern lands, England, the Low Countries, and parts of Germany, the Renaissance bedroom remained simpler, though no less meaningful. Here, wood-paneled rooms held large hearths, and beds were often built into alcoves or boxed for warmth. Children slept in trundle beds pulled out at night, or on pallets near their parents. In grander homes, servants might sleep at the foot of the master's bed, always nearby but never equal. For those with means, bedtime was a ritual, slippers removed, hands washed in porcelain bowls, nightcaps tied neatly over hair. In noble courts, nightwear grew more elaborate, embroidered gowns, slippers of velvet, robes lined with fur. But beneath all this was still a common truth. Sleep was needed, treasured, and carefully protected. Music played a gentle role. In some households, a soft lute or harp might be played in the evening, drawing the household toward slumber. In others, bedtime prayers or recitations from scripture served as lullabies. The soundscape of sleep was made not of silence, but of softness, with settling, wind brushing against shutters, the murmur of doves nesting in rooftops. Dreams, once again, held power. They were subjects of discussion, of concern. Were they divine messages? Products of digestion? Shadows of the soul? Writers and philosophers pondered this. Leonardo da Vinci, it is said, experimented with polyphasic sleep, napping multiple times through the day and night in order to extend his hours of creativity. Whether or not this is entirely true, the idea speaks to a Renaissance fascination with the boundaries of the human mind, even in sleep. And for those who could not sleep, remedies abounded. Herbal sachets placed beneath pillows, warm milk infused with nutmeg, the reading of scripture by dim candlelight. Physicians might prescribe walks before dusk, or the avoidance of heavy thought. The body and spirit were seen as deeply entwined. What disturbed one might disturb the other. Peace, then, was not simply found. It was cultivated. In monasteries and nunneries, sleep continued to be sparse but structured, assigned hours, early risings, prayers in the night. But even in secular life, rising early was virtuous. A lazy sleeper was frowned upon. Morning brought responsibility, and the bedroom slowly shifted from a space of rest into one of readiness. As we leave the Renaissance behind, We take with us the image of carved wooden headboards, the hush of evening readings, the soft brushing of linen being folded for a guest. It was a time when sleep was not simply an end to the day, but part of a daily performance, a choreography of stillness and repose. As the world's great seafaring nations cast their sails toward the unknown, exploring distant coasts and charting new oceans, a quieter rhythm pulsed beneath the waves, the breath of sleeping sailors. The age of exploration, spanning roughly the 15th to 17th centuries, brought with it not only daring voyages and foreign lands, but long months of routine, labor, and the need for rest upon the rolling, unpredictable sea. To understand how sailors slept during this time, we must first step aboard one of these vessels, perhaps a Spanish galleon, an English caravel, or a Dutch flight. These ships, grand in purpose but confined in space, were home to dozens, sometimes over 100 men. Wood creaked softly beneath salted boots, and the scent of tar, fish, and unwashed bodies clung to the air. The sea was constant, the motion relentless, yet within this heaving world, rest had to be found. There were no true bedrooms aboard these ships. The captain, perhaps a high-ranking officer, might have a small private cabin at the stern, where a cot or hammock could be strung, a lantern hung, and a chart table tucked into a corner. But the vast majority of sailors, the ordinary seamen, gunners, cooks, and cabin boys, slept wherever space allowed, often below deck in the forecastle or gun deck. These were dark, cramped, and often damp environments, lit only by small oil lamps or the occasional shaft of moonlight through a hatch. Instead of beds, sailors slept in hammocks. This was a practical choice. A hammock, strung between two beams or posts, could sway with the ship's motion, offering a more stable and secure rest than a rigid bunk. When storms surged or the vessel pitched wildly, a hammock cradled its occupant, preventing dangerous falls. These hammocks were simple, made of heavy canvas or rough cloth, suspended by ropes that could be easily unhooked and stored by day. At the end of a shift, a sailor would retrieve his hammock from a storage area or peg on the wall. He'd sling it up in his designated spot, one among dozens in tight rows. In some ships, sailors slept mere inches apart, swinging gently in synchronized motion as the sea rocked them to sleep. Privacy was nearly non-existent. The sounds of the ship, creaking timbers, rattling rigging, the low murmurs of men on watch, provided a strange lullaby. Sleep aboard ship was fragmented. Sailors lived by the bell, their lives divided into watches, which rotated every few hours. A man might be allowed 4 hours of sleep before he was awakened for duty, then granted another few hours later. There were no full nights of rest. Instead, sleep came in small parcels, stolen between toil, wind, and weather. Despite this, routines emerged. Before lying down, a sailor might hang his wet clothing to dry, if the weather allowed. He might rub his boots clean, check for lice, or tie up his personal belongings in a cloth bag to keep them safe. There was no comfort in luxury, but in consistency. The act of readying one's hammock became, for some, a small ceremony in an otherwise harsh life. The sounds of sleep at sea were unique. The slosh of waves against the hull, the call of gulls far from land, the barked orders of an officer during a night maneuver, the creak of sails, and the sharp snap of rope. Yet these became familiar. For those who lived long months at sea, they were as comforting as a hearthside lullaby. Weather shaped sleep deeply. In tropical waters, the heat below deck was often stifling. Hammocks hung low, close to sweating bodies and swarms of insects. In colder regions, woolen blankets and cloaks were tucked tightly around shoulders, and the damp seemed to seep into bones. A sailor might wear all his clothes to bed, or sleep wrapped around his belongings to prevent theft. Dreams aboard ship were shaped by the sea itself. Tales tell of sailors dreaming of green fields and soft beds, of wives and sweethearts, of childhood homes. Some believe dreams at sea were more vivid, stirred by the rolling of the ship and the closeness of the air. Nightmares were not uncommon. Superstitions thrived, ghost ships, omens, and visions of drowned sailors walking the deck were whispered about in hushed tones. When a sailor died, whether by illness, accident, or storm, his hammock often became his shroud. He was sewn into it, with a final weight stitched at his feet, and buried at sea in solemn silence. This final use of the bed underscored how deeply it was woven into maritime life. Officers slept a little better. In their private cabins, they might string finer hammocks or use small cots, with pillows and sheets. Their quarters held writing desks, navigational tools, and perhaps a small shelf of books. But even here, comfort was relative. The ship rocked all the same. Duties called at all hours. No man was far from the labor and uncertainty of life at sea. Some ships kept strict routines to encourage rest and cleanliness. Daily scrubbing of the decks, regulation of lights out, and scheduled watches helped maintain order. Rum was issued in rations, a comfort, but also a threat to discipline if abused. Rest was precious and sometimes perilous. And yet, despite all, there were peaceful moments. A sailor in his hammock, swaying gently under a sky studded with stars. The hush of a calm sea. The faint whisper of a fellow crewmate's snore, or the quiet scratch of someone writing a letter by lantern light. In these moments, the ship became not just a machine of exploration or war, but a home creaking and floating in a vast and endless world. So we leave this chapter with the image of low-lit decks, canvas hammocks swinging in rhythm, and salt-heavy air breathing through wooden beams. The sea outside murmurs, ever watchful. The ship sleeps, and with it, the men who dare the horizon, resting, if only for a few hours, in the belly of a dream that carries them onward. As the 18th century unfolded across Europe and the American colonies, the world began to glow a little brighter. Candles burned longer. Ideas moved faster. The Age of Enlightenment, with its salons and scientific instruments, brought a new fascination with reason, order, and the human experience, and among its quieter transformations was the way people approached rest and the spaces in which they slept. The bedroom, once a purely functional retreat, began to reflect the values of the age: symmetry, elegance, and the belief that even rest could be refined. In townhouses across London, in the apartments of Paris, and in the brick homes of colonial Boston, the private sleeping chamber became more than a place to simply lie down. It became an extension of thought and self. Let us begin in France, where aristocratic life reached lavish heights. In the boudoirs of Versailles and the grand hotels particuliers of Paris, the bedroom was both intimate and performative. Ladies of fashion might receive close friends while still reclining in bed, a practice known as reception-olet. Here, the bed was not just furniture, it was a centerpiece, elevated on platforms, surrounded by carved wood and heavy draperies, crowned with a canopy or baldachin. Silk sheets and velvet coverlets, embroidered pillows and feather bolsters made these beds plush sanctuaries. Yet beneath the comfort lay ritual. One's manner of lying, the way sheets were turned down, even the angle of a bolster, all were matters of taste. Lighting played an important role. Candles, usually tallow for the poor and beeswax for the wealthy, flickered from gilded sconces or mirrored holders. These mirrors multiplied the soft light, creating a dreamy ambience. In wealthier homes, a warming pan might be run between the sheets before bed, filled with hot coals to chase away the evening chill. The practice of segmented sleep still lingered, especially among rural people. Many in this era experienced first sleep and second sleep, a period of wakefulness in the middle of the night that might be spent reading, praying, or simply sitting in thought. In the stillness between sleeps, the home seemed to fall into a suspended moment, a calm that few today experience. For the Enlightenment's thinkers, sleep became a subject of interest and inquiry. Physicians began to study its rhythms. Manuals were written with advice: sleep with the head slightly raised, never eat too heavily before bed, and allow fresh air into the room. Ventilation, once an afterthought, became a matter of health. Windows, though still shuttered at night for security, were sometimes cracked to let in the cool night breeze. In middle-class homes, the bedroom remained more modest. A sturdy wooden bed with a mattress of straw or horsehair might be shared between a husband and wife, and sometimes children. 2. Linens were changed less frequently than today, often only seasonally, and beds were aired out weekly, with sheets hung in the sun when possible. Even in such simpler spaces, sleep retained its small rituals. A pitcher and bowl stood on a washstand for nighttime ablutions. A chamber pot was discreetly tucked beneath the bed. Nightcaps, both for men and women, kept heads warm and hair in place. The crackling of a hearth fire, if present, offered the only heat, and its embers often died long before the sun rose. Across the Atlantic, colonial America mirrored many of these customs, though with a practical Puritan restraint. In a New England farmhouse, the bedchamber might double as a workroom by day. A rope bed frame, tightened regularly with a bed key, supported a tick filled with straw or feathers. Sleep tight, it was said, a wish that the ropes beneath would hold firm through the night. Curtains or bed hangings provided privacy and warmth. These heavy textiles could be drawn close to keep out drafts. In wealthier homes, such as those of merchants or landowners, the bed might feature turned posts, hand-stitched quilts, and imported linens. Yet even in humbler cabins, sleep was respected. Prayers were often spoken before bed, a candle lit low on a small stand, its flame a final watchful eye before darkness closed in. Sleepwear in the 18th century was simple. Long nightshirts, often of linen, reached to the knees or calves. Women might wear a cotton nightgown and a fichu or neckerchief for warmth. Children wore smaller versions of their parents' garments, and families might huddle together on particularly cold nights, conserving heat and comfort. The Enlightenment also brought increased attention to children's rest. Influenced by philosophers like Rousseau, some parents began to see sleep not just as necessity, but as a part of healthy upbringing. Cradles were carved with more care. Lullabies took on new poetic forms. The idea of a quiet, peaceful nursery, with pastel colors, books, and a sense of order began to take shape. For those who could not sleep, the night watchers, as they were sometimes called, there were remedies. Herbal teas brewed from valerian, chamomile, or lemon balm. Soft readings from scripture or the poetry of Pope and Dryden. And always, the warmth of embers or the steady tick of a long case clock marking the slow passage of midnight. One notable development in this era was the growing presence of the writing desk within the bedroom. In both men's and women's rooms, small desks stood beside the bed, encouraging late-night reflection. Quill and ink, parchment and wax, the tools of thought and communication, often lived side by side with the tools of rest. In this way, the Enlightenment bedroom became not just a chamber for sleep, but for the quiet cultivation of the self. As we linger in this world of candlelight and chamber music, of feather mattresses and flickering sconces, we may find ourselves drawn to the serenity that once marked the close of day. Though the century was full of reason and revolution, its nights were still filled with small domestic rituals, the scent of lavender water, and the quiet wisdom of well-tended rest. So let the candles burn low. Let the cool rest beside the inkwell. The embroidered bed curtains are drawn. The fire glows its last orange flicker, and another Enlightenment evening gives way to dreams. As the 19th century dawned, the world stirred with the hiss of steam and the clang of iron. The Industrial Revolution, with all its machinery in motion, reshaped cities, labor, and daily life, and quietly but profoundly, it reshaped sleep. For centuries, sleep had followed the rhythms of nature, the soft rise and fall of the sun, the quiet drift from dusk to dawn. But now, in cities veined with gaslight and echoed by factory whistles, rest became something negotiated, compressed, and often sacrificed. Let us begin in the heart of the industrial city, Manchester, Birmingham, or perhaps Leeds. Here, in the narrow brick terraces and soot-darkened alleys, the working class carved out small spaces of rest amid long days of labor. Rooms were cramped, families large. Entire households might crowd into a single room where the bed, if present, was shared between parents and children, and sometimes boarders, too. Privacy, once afforded by heavy bed curtains and separate chambers, dissolved under the pressure of need. A typical bed in a working-class home was modest, a wooden or iron frame, if affordable, with ropes or slats stretched beneath a ticking mattress. That mattress might be stuffed with straw, horsehair, or old cloth. Sheets were washed infrequently, and blankets often came second-hand. In some homes, where beds were scarce, children slept on pallets made of rags on the floor or in drawers lined with quilts. It was not uncommon for sleep to come with the creak of floorboards above, the cough of a neighbor through thin walls, or the rattle of carts below on cobbled streets. Despite this, there were rhythms and rituals. The hearth, though smaller now and often shared between multiple households, still glowed in the evening. Tea might be boiled before bed, or a crust of bread eaten quietly by lamplight. A candle was set low, perhaps in a chipped saucer, and the last embers of the day were gently coaxed to sleep. In factories, work began early, sometimes before dawn, and shifts ran long, often 12 to 16 hours. This left workers with little time for rest. Sleep became fragmented, crammed into the dark hours before the morning whistle. For mill girls and miners alike, fatigue became a constant companion. Many nodded off in their boots, their hands still stained with the day's work. Some, particularly night shift workers, developed irregular patterns, sleeping during daylight when noise and heat made true rest difficult. Yet even among hardship, there were efforts at comfort. Women took pride in keeping their beds neat, tucking worn quilts carefully over tired bodies. Children clung to small toys or family keepsakes. And some households practiced simple bedtime traditions, reciting a psalm, humming a lullaby, or warming a stone by the fire to slip beneath the blankets. In rural areas, where industrialization came more slowly, traditional sleep patterns persisted longer. Cottagers and farm laborers still followed the sun. In these homes, sleep often returned as segmented form, a first rest after sundown, a brief waking around midnight, then a second sleep until dawn. This middle-of-the-night interval might be spent tending the fire, checking on animals, or simply lying in thought. It was a quieter, older rhythm, slowly fading as clocks and factory bells grew louder. One curious development in this period was the growing popularity of sleep advice manuals. As literacy spread and newspapers became common, readers encountered articles on the right way to sleep. Advice ranged from scientific to superstitious. Always sleep with your head to the north, some claimed, and never wear tight nightclothes. Others warned against sleeping with pets or keeping mirrors uncovered overnight. These ideas reflected a growing anxiety about health in an industrial world, where air was fouled, water suspect, and rest increasingly rare. In more affluent homes, the contrast was stark. While the working poor crowded into shared beds, the middle and upper classes enjoyed private rooms with refined furnishings. The Victorian bedroom became a place of moral virtue and domestic pride. Iron bedsteads, prized for their cleanliness, replaced wooden frames. Lace-edged linens, embroidered coverlets, and canopies returned. Yet even here, the pressures of modern life intruded. Gaslight allowed for later evenings, and the new culture of productivity blurred the lines between day and night. Within this shifting landscape, the role of the bedroom changed, too. It became more gendered, more private, and more medicalized. Women, particularly of the middle class, were often encouraged to retire early, to rest for their health or nerves. Physicians prescribed bed rest for a range of ailments, and sleep took on therapeutic associations. In contrast, men were expected to be active, industrious, and even their rest was to be efficient. Children's sleep, too, entered new territory. The 19th century saw the rise of the nursery as a distinct space in middle-class homes. Here, small iron cribs were lined with lace and muslin. Rocking chairs stood by the fire, and night nurses, often young women from rural villages, soothed infants to sleep with whispered songs. Advice columns offered guidance on proper bedtime. No stories after 8 o'clock. Lights dimmed. The child must not be excited before rest. Still, in the tenements and back rooms of industrial cities, such luxuries remained out of reach. There, lullabies were often replaced with the clatter of footsteps in hallways and the hiss of steam from pipes. And yet, in every corner of the world, people closed their eyes each night to recover, to dream, to endure. Night in the industrial city had its own character. Gas lamps flickered in the fog. Church bells marked the hours. Policemen passed with quiet steps. And above it all, a smoky sky hung low, veiling the stars. But inside each room, however humble, sleep still found its way, curling into corners, settling onto weary shoulders, cradling the tired limbs of children and laborers alike. Perhaps the most enduring symbol of 19th century sleep is not the bed, but the resilience of those who used it. The mother who tucked her children close to her side on a straw mattress. The boy who dozed near the fire after 12 hours at the looms. The old man who sighed into sleep, his body bent by years of toil. All of them carried rest not as luxury, but as a quiet necessity, the one gift each day still offered, no matter how hard its hours had been. And so we have wandered, softly, quietly, across centuries of sleep. We have heard the hush of reed mats in ancient Egypt, the careful folding of robes in a Kyoto bedroom, the breath of cattle warming a stone croft in wintertime Europe. We have watched monks close their eyes beneath arches, children drifting off to lullabies in teepees and tents, and lovers curling beneath embroidered quilts in candlelight. For all our differences, of language, of custom, of belief, the act of resting has always united us. Each night, the world falls silent in its own way. And even as time moved forward, from clay lamps to kerosene, from floor mats to feather beds, that nightly surrender has remained the same. A yielding, a softness, a return to stillness. Perhaps, somewhere deep in the folds of history, we all sleep side by side. If your eyes are heavy now, let them close. If your thoughts are drifting, let them go. You are part of this ancient rhythm, the hush that follows every day. Good night, dear listener. Sleep as they did. Sleep as we do. And let the past keep watch until morning comes again.